Hello everyone, let's start again. More days, more work. And here we are, playing games and at the same time detecting people who are exploiting the game for their advantage. So we have these two frequencies, as you see, and one is we play the games that can be played, and if the game is absolutely unplayable because we're fighting a Smurf, and remember that Smurf accounts tend to be the majority, below 1K, then we report the Smurf and we enforce our Smurf procedure, which is we look for the stats of it and we put this on the videos on YouTube. So what do we intend to do with our little Smurf work? We intend to make the games fair, balanced, and uh, competitive, meaning without any rigging, and this is important. Fairness in games is important, and it's no little game because for a game to be serious, to be credible, um, you also need rules and enforcing those rules. Not clown rules, but real enforceable rules. So I like the people who give their effort and play this game in spite of the Smurf pollution. But irrespective of their hard work, I mean, the Smurf issue needs to be addressed, and that's why we are here playing as well. I give several strategies and means to detect Smurfs. You can check my videos on YouTube. They're there for some reason, not because I feel like it. And when I commit to something, it's because I believe in those things. And remember that not just I got Smurfed, I like so many times. I know players who simply literally stop playing the game because of the Smurf, or they just don't queue as regularly as often. And obviously this is an issue. See, all things are working, yes. Don't get us wrong, I mean, we will try to fight within the possibilities, and of course we will do like a break after some time, probably in 2 hours, and eventually we might return after. So right now it's just the basic setup to start, nothing very much extraordinary. I mean, if you want to detect a Smurf, you will only start to see it like by 5 minutes in real time, which is not this time. It's like 12 or 13 minutes of AO2 time. And Smurfs are essentially professional players who are playing on lore accounts, lore elo accounts, with the purpose of, with various purposes, namely to stomp on lore experienced players, or to just try new strategies that they don't want to try in their main account. So basically, it's a way to procure them an advantage in respect to other players, and an unfair advantage, in my opinion. But at least, guys, you know that I just have one account, and I'm not trolling people on multiple accounts, and I'm not doing that because I'm not smurfing because I know the impact it does. It's basically wrong, and it's a way to cheat. It's just cheating. And for those who like to smurf to play with their friends, why would you smurf to start? Why would you smurf? Unless you want to give yourself an unfair advantage. The score difference is one of the first indicators that you're fighting a smurf, and I have like many criterions, but once the mathematics starts to be significantly different, it's a way that you can find a smurf. Another way to find a smurf is you look at his name directly, and if the name sounds like clown, it probably is a clown account. And by the way, this name Spanish-like, it sounds like something clownish. So it probably is a smurf account just by this formal small detection thing. Remember, there are multiple ways to find smurfs and thousands of excuses to pretend they're not smurfs. But you can definitely find them, you know. Things make sense once you start to understand the dynamics of this game. Most of your opponents below the 1K ladder are smurfs and highly professional smurfs. So it means that if you're not a smurf yourself, which is obviously the majority of new players who intend to start playing the game, you will not have a chance. Unless, of course, the games are rigged, you know, by smurfs and smurf friends, and they decide not to play their best and give you a chance that they don't give to any other people, because either you're their friend or they are seeking economic advantage or something from you. For me, this score screams smurf already. Of course, I could be looking at the statistics, for example, check at AO2 insights, but do what I call cross-checking. By cross-checking, I mean check the statistics in AO2, in the main engine of AO2. Then you can go to websites like AO2 Insights. You can, for example, at the end of the game, check the number of games the player has. And I assure you that if the player does a very quick steamroll aggressive move just in the beginning, and he has like only one types of games, for example, he only plays 1v1s, or only plays and no team games, generally this is a sign he's a smurf. Some smurfs are obvious. You call them out and say, yeah, you're a smurf, and they instantly laugh at you, and they say, oh, cry, or something like that. Okay, so like they confess that they're smurfing, even if they're not directly saying it. It's like a confession. Others dodge the question and say, what's smurfing? I don't know what's smurfing. What are you talking about? You know, the typical dodge and evade thing. And obviously, as I keep saying in my YouTube videos, which you definitely can check them out because I added yesterday's session with 6 smurfs on 6 games, 1 smurf per game. You can find out the different criteria I use to instantly detect smurfs, besides obviously being the hyper-aggression very early on, the fact that you freeze, you have no time to react, and your opponent knows everything too perfectly, not perfectly, too perfectly. And I keep saying, guys, there's no such thing as the perfect crime. So when you see things that just do not align or do not make sense at certain elos, it's that you're fighting a smurf. Then, of course, you have like people like me who are artificially stuck in the silos or going down because the smurfs pretend to not give you any fair chance at all. That's the point. There are higher elo players playing on their secondary accounts, and by secondary I mean like multiple dozens of accounts that they have owned by the same person or played by the same person, and they use it to annoy others, to just be bullies, to be idiots, to be complete clowns. Like if elo is representative of the players, then how can you explain, okay, now he found me, so it probably is close. This, I need the wood.
Salve.
We're doing some fishing. All water is definitely exposed. And obviously there are situations where, for example, the smurf is not obvious. That is, he might actually play below par, not as aggressively as usual to intentionally lose the game, because he wants to keep the win-loss streak. And you're one of the so-called games where he wants to lose so that he keeps the 50% win rate. Because for those that don't know this, the ranking system here, for each game you win, you earn points, and if you lose, you lose those points. And those points are then used to place you in a ranking queue, so that ideally you are matchmaked against similar level players. But that's the point. The problem is when those ELO rankings are manipulated, and by manipulated, it's, for example, instead of being paired, for example, let's say you have a 700 score, you're being paired with someone who is 690 officially in that account, but the player of the 690 ELO account is actually a 2.8k ELO player, so a 2800 ELO player. So it's like you're playing 4 times, at least almost 5 times your ELO on that account against an opponent like that. You have no chance. Understand that because we also are talking about the smurf issue, it becomes a bit more difficult to play as well. But, you know, these are little things that you have to get used to. We need to sell some resources to help ourselves to go up. And we're going to get some wood. For those who are interested to play in the Civ, the Romans, they have, for example, good scorpions, and they have also good infantry. I will be adding this, that. Now I'll be focusing essentially on infantry while making the house. I tend to make houses here on these corners because I like to maximize the space output. I think I saw something red, a red dot, so he probably is exploring. It's a very good move. He could be going for a castle drop. This is generally a player goes too fast to castle H, but we'll see. Exactly, so it's a castle drop, which means we'll have to we have the possibility to build faster. So this player is an annoying castle drop. This is usually a smurf move, very aggressive. It has no brains. It's like, let's kill him as fast as possible, finish the opponent as fast as possible, And usually the smurf is someone who does not want to give you any chance. He just wants to kill as fast as possible. And obviously he completely disrupts the economy. He blocks you from doing what you need. Now, for example, I am in total chaos as a result of this castle drop. And I assure you that this player has done this thousands of times. Because look, I don't go for something that aggressive, that fast, that hyperspeed. It's just not normal. I already have like the smurf detection alert thing going on. Now I need, for example, wood. And I'm going to get my way up faster. Which means this. This player is annoying. He's just playing arena style. Arena is a closed map where basically the most, how you say, lazy players, because there are a lot of lazy players, they just want to build as fast as possible. They're getting their economy as fast as possible to harass their opponent as fast as possible. Because usually in arena, the first to harass usually wins the game. So it's a race to see who harasses first, not exactly a very interesting game. And I'm definitely going up. I can, of course. We need to go up as soon as possible. Okay. Now we go up. When you have an harasser like that, someone who goes for a very aggressive castle drop, you must go to something like this. And obviously, I'm going to have that. Still mining. Now I'll keep adding that. What else I can do here? See, this is a smurf. Only one unit type, aggressive, like there's no tomorrow. And he's trying to sneak in. And we're going to report this guy for being a smurf. He knows exactly what he's doing, so this is a smurf account. Let's pause and report this piece of shit because it's a smurf account, and as a smurf, you'll be smurf account cheater. Cheating ELO. So this is a smurf account. Report it. Next. And let's see. This is a smurf account. You can see that he only has 1v1s and a very low number of team games. Pay attention not to stupid scores, to clown scores. Pay attention to this, to the dirt scumbags that play this game to ruin other people. These 3K or 28.5K clowns or 2.5K clowns, those who are, they think that because they play this game for 10 years plus, they have more rights and more privileges than people who start to play the game now. Because they think that because you start playing earlier, you're more important than someone who starts to play now. They're pieces of shit. And for someone who only has 1v1s and very low amount of team games, this does not make sense. Look at my profile of team games, number of team games I have. And this is the exact opposite. You're not supposed to have a huge number of 1v1s and no team games. So this is a clean profile, and this is an example of a dirty one. If you see something similar of this kind, where you have mainly 1v1s and little to no team games, this is definitely a Smurf account. Let's add the name of this piece of shit. So first, cheater detected. I call Smurf cheating, and you'll know the reasons why in my YouTube page. And those videos are there. They're public. They're visible. If you don't want to watch them, it's on your problem because they're there. It's visible. Like some people just don't hear what they don't want to hear, but it's there. It's very clear. And the first cheater, it's the name of the cheater. We have like a procedure. So Smurf name, Smurf account. It's this. So there you have it. Our first Smurf of the day. First game, first Smurf. And for each game, we have a Smurf. So N games and Smurfs. 2,000 games, 2,000 Smurfs. 5,000 games, 5,000 Smurfs. And we start to ban them, the game will drastically improve for all people, not just for that 0.01% of arrogant players who think they are entitled to silence people who are not part of their 0.1% because they're arrogant scumbags. Next. So, returning to main menu, now we have another procedure, which is we check this name in the Age of Empires DO2 Insight. I'll place you the link, and I'll show you how it's done. So at least you know that I'm serious in the things I do, and I'm not a fucking clown, because there are a lot of clowns. See here, Patanko, this guy, Spanish Smurf, and it's a Smurf instantly because of the awards. So this is another cross way to find the references of these Smurfs. You do cross references. So first I'll put you the page for this so that you can access yourself and you cannot claim that you cannot see where it is. And then the second thing that comes to mind is that we have all these awards. And my friends, or not, remind you that all these awards are not a result of some cute thing. It's because you are doing some very exceptional things. So this is a sign of a pro player in disguise. Let's see these two things. Castle Fury, defeating an opponent who has reached Imperial Age while remaining Castle Age. Okay, how many have achieved this? Castle Fury, 0.5%. Guys, this is 1 billion% Smurf account, and not a small Smurf, probably a 3K Smurf. You're seeing the evidence that this Patanko, the Patanko piece of shit, the owner of this account, the person playing behind this account, is a fake Elo player, and he belongs to a very elitistic community of people who think that they can Smurf on opponents. 0.5% of players, well, that's a very, very little player base. So it's basically like the top, I suppose, the top 20, the top 40 AO2 players. What we also know is that this is a Spanish Smurf account. So it's a Spain account, Spain Smurf account. You saw the Spanish flag. So these are the informations we have for him. This is a Smurf account. And I suggest that if you find this, you report him because he's cheating. Remember that smurfing is cheating because it's a way for higher elo players to force the lower experienced players who should never be paired against them to be forcefully paired against them, so they are forced to lose matches and they cannot react, they cannot fight. It's just a rigged game. Before the game starts, the lower elo player is bound to lose or lose the game. This is just illegal. It's illegal because it's match fixing. You're you're basically rigging the game so that there is a certain victor and a certain defeat, a certain defeated player, even before the game starts. Rigged. So next, what are you going to say? Okay, more awards. He has even more awards, not just one here in the special awards. So this already signals that this is just not an ordinary guy. He has 2 times this. Welcome raise. Okay, 10% have this. But this guy has not just that, he had the Castle Fury. So alone by the Castle Fury thing, you can easily detect that this is a Smurf account. So whoever dares to say that Petanco is not a Smurf account probably has Smurf accounts himself. Another awards. Now we just seen. Okay, he has 2 times this accounted awards. 2 times achieved. How many players have this award? 1.7% of players. So again, the top tier 2 players. These are people who have been playing this game day and day for days, for years. And obviously, you cannot win against a highly trained professional who has been playing this for ages if you start to play like a few days ago. And even if you start learning, it will always outcurve you in learnings. So that's it. Again, unbalanced and rigged. You want more evidence because the evidence I present to you is still insufficient, and you claim that it's still insufficient. Well, that's because you're fucking corrupt. And he still has this one award. I don't know what it is. Like it has one. I try to press it, but it doesn't appear. So that's what it is for this little scumbag, this Smurf account. And yes, you see that it's an old Smurf account, but it's used. It started like in 2020, we're in 2025, so this player is using the Smurf account for manipulation purposes, and he mainly uses them on 1v1s. It's a very active account. Obviously, look at all the crazy number of games. This is a sign that he's abusing the elo system. This should not be allowed. Players who are lower elos, they should not be forced to play the 3K players in disguise. Because how many players have been robbed in elo because of this? You know, it's easy to go to 0 elo or 100 elo while playing 3K players who constantly use Smurf accounts to derank artificially players who are far more than that, who should be like at 1.2K elo. And they are not because the Smurfs keep trashing them using their multiple Smurf accounts. The point is to just either to bully, to try new techniques. It's useless. You don't learn anything by playing against a Smurf. You do learn by reporting. You're doing exactly the things I do. Identify a Smurf, track him, report him, and expose it. And obviously, besides, you don't need you don't see the face of the Smurf, but if you would see the identity, they probably belong to a same group of people. You know, it's always someone who has a Smurf account probably has 30, 40, and I don't know how many more Smurf accounts hidden. That's it. I don't have Smurf accounts. I don't need Smurf accounts. I'm just an honest player in the spool of dishonest players. There you have it. So this goes for our first exposition. The first exhibit of a Smurf. It was truthful. I was right. My flare that the score was starting to get wrong. It told me that it was a Smurf. And you see, as I basically start to see all the red flags, and there are many red flags. You just don't see the red flags if you don't want to see it. And what I realize is that these are no-brainers. They just like use some stupid spreadsheet to either piss you off or make you frustrated, and they do this with every player that goes on the ladder. They spend the days doing that. These are professional players that when they're off stream, they use it to stomp and bully the lower elo players. And when they're on stream in public, suddenly they become those professional cute streamers. But they're not cute streamers because they're cheating their ways. They are not fighting the elo like anybody. They're using their Smurf accounts to deny the players the possibility to rise, especially if they're not their friends. Now, there is also one thing. What about the people who say that it's easy to win on YouTube? Of course, it's easy if you go on the matchmaking system and you have your friends strategically waiting in their Smurf accounts or in their alt accounts at those specific elos, so that when you go here in multiplayer, you go ranked, well, let's now find a match. When you press the key find a match, I bet you that their friends in the darkness are also queuing so that they get paired artificially against their friends. It's like imagine the news reporter and the politician, where the politician and the news reporter are like in collusion, and the politician bribes the news reporter to say, okay, you make me this question, so then I give you this answer. It's like you fabricate a question so that the fabricated answer can follow that. And of course, because only the politician, the corrupt politician, and the corrupt journalist know that, the room full of the other journalists will probably not spot it. That's their idea, assuming the other journalists are completely ignorant. But eventually, you find those little tricks. So the same kind of trickery and malice is used on the ladder. What happens is that some players rank too easily because each time they go for find a match, there is one, two, or several friends queuing with them. And that's why they win so easily because once the friends are playing with them, of course, they don't reveal themselves as friends, they have like another nickname account. Uh, the friend starts like to play less than usual, or he gives the appearance is he's trying to fight, but not as much. He will play much less than he's used to, so that his other friend can rise. And then at the end of the game, okay, yeah, I won. He won because the game was rigged, so that the friend could leverage up. Now this happens. This definitely happens, and that's why you have players who so easily rank up. That's why those the same players who say it's easy to win. Well, of course, if you got friends pulling you and carrying you in 1v1s, not just in team games, but in 1v1s, they're queuing in the shadows while you queue, well, it's easy. Now, in my case, on the contrary, I have the opposite. Not only I don't have friends queuing when I go for find a match, I have professional Smurfs, highly professional Smurfs queuing to either fight other pro Smurfs in the ladder or to fight against me to just stampede, any sort of normal player or regular player that comes in. And the way to solve this issue is you have to report them. You have to report when you see the game is definitely rigged. When you see that this game is just too difficult, because look, the same guy you're playing against him here in ranked, if he's not your friend or something, for you it will make a more than impossible game. It will make you look like you don't know how to play this game, and you do know how to play this game. For example, I do know. But when that Smurf is playing with his friend, he will suddenly be the little quiet puppy. So from an aggressive bulldog, from an aggressive Rottweiler, he will go to a cute puppy. That's the kind of things that I say it's the cheat, it's a rig. So before you look at the yellow of a person, first look who is he queuing against, watch his matches, and watch if his opponents are Smurfs, or you have the obligation to look at that. That's why I don't care about a clown yellow. And I also believe that an yellow reset will not solve the problem, not at all. What solves the problem is identifying the Smurf accounts and banning them from playing the game. It's simple. That's what Dota 2 does. It's very effective. It pisses off the dishonest players, but it really is in the interests of everybody who wants a fair game. Because we're not supposed to put kindergarten kids fighting against NBA professional players, right? Not. I'm not going to enforce that. I'll be fighting for fairness in games. So the sermon done, and I'm good with that because it's the right thing to do. We're going for our second. Wait, we still forgot one thing. We still forgot to go here in player search and ban the piece of shit. In order to make sure, look, he's still active, as you can see, and you report this as a Smurf account, so cheating Smurf account. That's how you ban the player from the lobbies. Otherwise, he will continue to matchmake against you, and you will continuously have zero chance against him. So probably now our Smurf number 2. We have time for like 2 more games, assuming we have a similar Smurfs. Like pay attention to these smurfs because they really don't care about the game integrity. Sometimes they know that you're online, of course, so because they know you're online and they need to strike you, they go there precisely to hit you, but or to provoke you, they're little scumbags, or because they're just there to queue and they play their 2.5k 3000 elo experienced levels in their 100 elo accounts, in their 1 elo accounts. It's ridiculous. They can be anyone, the previous guy played belonged to the 0.5% of current top players. It's important to note the current because knowing the ladder is very static and it is kind of rigged in the top, barely no changes. I assume that the top determines and rigs the down parts of the ladder. So they dictate who goes up and who does not go up. They're arrogant, so they want to stampede potential players. Imagine. Without the smurfing, maybe I would reach the 1200 or 1300 elo, likely. And because I see games in those elos, and they're definitely much easier. They're much easier, nothing compared to what happens below the 900 elos. Nothing. These games below the 900 elo are the toughest games in this game. So forget about the 2.5k games and the 3k games. No, the real clowning takes place on the lower elos. And of course, players like me have a negative chance. They don't even have a zero chance. They have a negative chance every time they're fighting against these Smurfs. I'm not pressing I'm ready because knowing that probably I'll be fighting a Smurf, which is 99% of the cases, I'm going to, just stay and wait. But we can also see, for example, let's see. If the player suddenly has a weird account name, John Paps, well, that sounds strange. It probably is a Smurf. Keep looking at score differences that start to be very huge and very disproportionate in comparison to the player. And when I stopped kind of like playing this game in 1v1s some 6 months ago due to real life issues, which probably none of the Smurfs had or will ever have because they're privileged people. They're just arrogant little bastards. Um, Nothing of this was so intense. So it's like the Smurf issue is just getting more and more intense each day passing. These Smurfs become more and more vicious, more and more coward, and more disrespectful in their attitudes. What they do is, let's Smurf this guy. So let's create another account here at 600 elo, 500 elo, 300 elo. Let's derank him. Let's just knock him down, knock him down. And this sort of things just takes out the credibility of those players who don't want to give the chance to others. You might say, oh, you have a good civ and something. Forget about it. The game balance is completely dead the moment you allow Smurfs to play this game and trash lower elo players. Which is exactly what is taking place. The difference is that I'm showing this to you so that you can see that Smurf is taking place. And I'm reporting, I'm filing reports, I'm doing that work, I'm doing that sweat toil. And I think it's important because if I don't do this job, then probably you will keep saying that Smurfs don't happen as often, and it's just about me. No, this is what I face in the ladder. This is every time I go on the ladder, I happen to face impossible games. I don't face difficult or easy games. So for the player yesterday who dared to come and say, not everybody who beats you is a smurf. No, most of people, of course, not everyone, but 99.9%, which is literally everybody, translates to everybody, is a smurf. Previous player today was a smurf. And the thing that they need to say that the previous player is not a smurf is that they themselves have smurf accounts. I forgot that these Franks probably will kill my scout. No. Don't you worry. What? Okay, this behavior is just not expected. And I'm going to report him because quitting because you lose a scout is just not an acceptable reason or excuse. I assure you that this is definitely a Smurf account. Because you lose your scout, you're not going to quit the game. This does not make any sense. So for me, this strange behavior is also a Smurf account. And by the way, don't believe in these statistics because if the same player has multiple accounts, he will continue to do the same. Still, we'll go to check his profile. So this is definitely a Smurf account. You don't quit the game because you lose your scout. So this is a second account. Second Smurf detected. I don't quit the games when I lose a scout, okay? I don't quit the games because they kill my scout. This never happens in 1v1s. If you do that, you're suspicious. You're completely, it's not normal behavior. If something smells rot, if something looks like rot, if something tastes rot, I don't know, then it is rot. It is rot. What was the name of the Smurf? John Paps, okay. So this is a Smurf too. You know that because you don't quit the game because after losing a scout. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, and here we have. This guy has some awards. So we're going to show you that this scout quitter is not any ordinary player. Just going to show you that in a moment. Poof, John Paps, as you can see. I'm letting that on the chat. And it's a Greek Smurf. Greek Smurf account. Now, as you can see, besides the green flag, the Greek flag, this account is from 2023, so like 2 years ago. It's been sitting for a long time, and it's being used somehow for one or another game. He has these awards, Micro Machine and Explorer. Let's see how many players have these ratings. Strong balance between micro and macro. And here, players utilize and control. Okay, basically they have a large portion of the map explored. For the micro machine, okay, like 10.5% of players have this. So it places already in the upper edge. And as for the explorer, well, 20%. So this player is different from the previous player, but it still is a Smurf account. Obviously not that good of a Smurf, or it is not showing that, but it is a Smurf account because you have these ratings, you know what to do, and to quit just because you lose your scout, that doesn't make any sense. Of course, you might say you should be happy to take Elo. No, I will be happy once the Smurfs are not allowed to play the game and disrupt the natural balance of the ladder. Once the ladder, the Elo ladder, reflects the player's true skills and is not a result of friends making the game too easy for you so that you can rise, or enemies or people that don't like you, making it too impossible so that your yellow becomes artificially deflated. It's like market manipulation, in stock markets and everything, because there is. And I think that every time there is such a manipulation, there needs to be enforcement. That's it. You can say that most of things in life are like a game, but we need to respond every time like there is rule violation or there's people abusing or cheating the system, which is the case with smurfing accounts. So this was a second smurf account. It gave ourselves a free yellow, but we still have to ban that account because it might make our next game a hell the next time we play against it. And this guy has wins compared to losses, so you never know. You never know what he's up to. He's active. Next. It's not serious if your opponent resigns because he sneezes or because you take away his scout. Like you could do a scout in feudal age perfectly. 80 food will not be the end of the world. We all know that. Especially in a hideout map, it's not the end of the world. So why does he quit? He quits because it's just a game he wanted to lose or something like that. It's important that we pay attention to these details because if you don't look at the details, you miss the bigger picture. Each small detail adds to the overall picture of what takes place in the game. Open map. Don't get us wrong, we like to play the game in playability conditions. In playability conditions. So it means that if you need to make the game impossible, no, I will not sweat one bit. Collecting a few sheep. This is like a standard procedure. I'm kind of lucky with finding sheep. Sometimes I take much longer. But it doesn't mean anything. This, without knowing what my opponent will be doing, I already will have a tougher civilization. Because Burgundians have, like, they're an eco-civ, they have very quick economic upgrades, cheaper economic upgrades. They can research the wheelbarrow in Dark Age. Usually, I don't expect the wheelbarrow research very soon, but it definitely can take place. Now laying this elephant. The score difference is a way to identify smurfs, if you see that. Not the only criteria, but a criteria. But here we're just toying with the elephant. Keep getting villagers in our town center and exploring the map. So far, no idle time. We're going to push these two, at least one. just like those pro players. So not everything goes perfect. There's a lot of micro involved in these aspects. We'll be fine. Be okay with this. That. I suspect opponent is a smurf already by score difference. It's like automatic. I already believe he's a smurf account. Either way, like, once I say this, I suspect opponent is a smurf account, you are likely facing a smurf account. Which means we're going to be steamrolled or steamrolled. And it's kind of useless to try to fight the smurf because he will outrank, outsmart, out everything before you can even breathe. Because this guy was given all the tools you are not given. It's a bit like the ant squashing, the elephant squashing the ant. Why? Because this is allowed and not banned. And that's one of the reasons why I actively fight against smurfing. Every time I see a major imbalance taking place and someone having fun at the expense of somebody else instead of because of ranking like normal people. See, he's trying to really distract me. So this is a smurf. Smurf. I already know this guy is a smurf because he's showing two extreme levels of aggression. I'm going to report him instantly just because of... And the uptime. See, feudal age already. Yes, you're a smurf. Yes, you're a smurf. I know because you have a 2-quick uptime, your scout was scouting my base, you're confident enough to go to my base. Well, I don't even have time to worry about that, to think about that. And I tell you, you're a smurf. Report it. Smurf account. So I already have my third smurf today. This is guaranteed. See, he lies. He continues to laugh, dismiss. For him, it's just a child's play for this clown. And it's important that we unmask these dirty scumbags. This time, I'll have to play a bit more exceptional. So the game already will be rigged. This is the first information that you must know. If I'm playing against a smurf, the game will be rigged. And it is for these situations that I tell these players need to be permanently banned from the ladder and permanently banned from playing any video games. It's just wrong to allow these people to play because otherwise If they smurf in one game, they will smurf in another game. It's ridiculous. Plainly ridiculous. I don't care about build orders, I care about fairness in games. And we're not going to have fair games if the smurf epidemic continues. See the score difference. Basically 300 points almost. And anything I do will be rendered useless. Anything I do. Like I might try to resist, but this guy already has a perfect, infallible strategy that you cannot stop, that I am not even supposed to stop. So for these situations, report the players and have these players banned. One of the things that the Smurfs also do is the so-called freeze effect. That is, the player goes in panic. That is the intention, to force the player to go in panic, but not as a result of superior strategy, just because he cannot master those skills. So it's just a way to say, because you're a baby, you don't have the muscles of somebody who's 25 years old. And that's just plainly disgusting. So, now you understand the kind of things and the kind of people, if there still are people, because for me they're not people, I'm fighting. I have not lost any vills so far. But remember, if this player is, he does what he does, I will always be at disadvantage. I try to just do the obvious, lumber camps, etc. These little things. Now he's scouting me. I might have holes, Let's see if I have a hole. No, I don't. I know I don't have a hole. This is a clown. You see that he's not even making an effort to attack my palisades. He just attacks it to ring the bell. This attack bell. Ta-da, you heard. He just wants to provoke me, distract me, and annoy me. He's not here to play the game. He's not here to have fun. He's just here to annoy. These are the kinds of people that should not be allowed to play this game. And he saw my spear. Now he goes the other way. And I'm going to zoom here. See, he's clowning around. And since I know he's clowning, I will try to do some things myself. So far, I defended myself. Usually, the Smurf, once he comes with the scouts, it becomes indefensible. But don't worry, he's Burgundians. He can come with cavaliers as soon as Castle H comes. My echo is sloppy, I need a lot of farms, and even if I decide to make emergency farms, I still will lag behind. Some upgrades, obviously, that's good. Let's explore the map. At least we know what the Smurf is doing. It won't change a lot. Huh. He walled himself. So as you can see, this guy is somebody who walls well. Not sure if everything is definitely walled. Now he knows that I'm exploring the map, so he'll try to get my scout, which is not a problem. Am I greedy by doing another lumber camp? We'll see. Just keep adding more things. And because... Oh, there's a disgusting hole. This is the kind of things that you want to avoid. The player is Castle Age, so I expect, for example, he's got stable and archers too. I'm not sure I'll have time to go up. Let's do a stable. I could not do anything. And I think he has light cavalry. So let's keep adding scouts. A bit of everything. Everything is good. Remember that not doing anything is worse. What is he doing? Probably a second TC. Okay, he has upgrades. This is typical Smurf. So I saw his move. I'm going to prepare with that. No. Skirms. I will do light cavalry myself. I'll get that fill. He's trying to prey on every little potential weakness. See? Circle motion is required. Now I have a lot of clicks at the same time, which is complicated. I have not lost any vills so far, but they have advantage. Try to force an attack by them. Aha! A vill? I got a vill. Let's add light cav. And we start to make knights. More light cavalry. So now we're going to do Another TC. An outpost. Knights. Very complicated to do all these things. Now this is good. We can do some good raids. Some very good raids can be done here. I don't think he has armors. Well, he has. Burgundian Cavaliers. Okay. Panic. I don't have time to react. It's usual. The smurf, 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 smurf. This is a smurf account. And obviously I cannot react. Exactly. He will go out. Do I have squires? No. Let's close that. This disgusting wall. Now you will not come out. This is a troll. We have reported this Smurf account already. Sure, he killed, but he will not kill that much. That's as much as he could go. Complete disruption of the economy, which is the intention. We wanted to create chaos and prevent me from having any sort of reaction. Now we'll attack him again. Burgundian Cavaliers, it's always a problem. There's a lot of vital bills, as you can see. More archery ranges, more TCs. This guy is crazy. This guy is completely crazy. Let's attack his farms. This guy's arrogant. He doesn't even take out his vills. You kill my vills, I kill yours. And I think that I also need to increase this. Not easy to deal with so many things at the same time. Idle vills everywhere. And I think we're going to add skirmishers. This. I think he's also getting the relics. Look at his score. He's spiking. I know what needs to be done. Smurf. 100% Smurf account. So I cannot react. I cannot even understand what's going on. Each time house, I'm not housed here. He's playing fast and furious. Fast, fast, fast. I cannot react. That's the point. A Smurf. That's what it is. I need barracks. And understand, how can I concentrate and attempt to play if I'm under maximum pressure by a Smurf who doesn't want to give me the slightest chance? Castle drop. This is not something you see on Lorioles. This is a 2K player in disguise, or a 3K player in disguise. He's just toying me. And I'll have to go up soon. But can I go up? That's the question. In the midst of the chaos. He's very aggressive, just pushing, pushing, and pushing. Going to do some pikes, some more skirms, some armors, if I have time, because with Burgundians, there is no time to react, no time for anything at all. Come here. He will come there. Good. Yeah, sure. This is a disgusting Smurf. Cheater. Reported for smurfing. Clown. On account. So, there is nothing to be done here. Just Smurf. Let's leave. And you can see that this is a Smurf account and a freshly created. Cowards. You can't play on your main accounts. You can't play on, I don't see what he's writing, on your main account. You're a piece of trash. So this is another Smurfs comeback. Busted. And we're going to ban this piece of shit. So first, because there was a Jared, this piece of shit is from Poland. That's the first information you need to know. So, Mega Smurfs comeback detected. This is the third Smurf. And I was right. It was a Smurf account. In the beginning, it was a Smurf. So far, 3 games, 3 Smurfs. Where are the people saying that there are no Smurf accounts? You know, 4 years ago when I wrote in AO2 forums that smurfing was a problem. Where are they? They're nowhere because they're cowards. Smurfs, exactly. So this the third smurf, third game, third smurf. We still have time for another last game, and then, or actually, I will do a pause, and then we return to the smurf detection until Microsoft does the work of banning smurf accounts and ensuring that the people who try to circumvent the ban cannot play these video games. Okay, so third game, third smurf, called Jarrett, and this one, I'll make you look at what it is. The games he wins are like in 30 minutes mark, usually, which means he just wants to finish opponents as fast as possible. I'll show you this. I don't see any rankings for this, any specific awards, but that doesn't mean he's not a Smurf. He was a Smurf because that gigantic, huge buildup of cavaliers, of light cavalry, of everything of castle. No, that's a Smurf. That's a Smurf account. A player below 1k cannot do this. An honest player below 1k cannot do this. A hypocrite, yes, but an honest cannot do that. So this is a Poland Smurf account. I will show you. See, Jarrett. That's the player who supposedly played against me, but it was a Smurf. And no team games. So for me, full proof that you are a Smurf account. Somebody who has no team games is a 100% Smurf account. The owner of this profile should not be allowed to play this game. He's rigging the ladder because I'm forced to play against a Polish 2 or 3k player, I don't know. And he's using this gameplay as a means to crush knowledgeably much lower elo opponents who have -0, minus negative chance, like minus chance to do something. So we're going to ban this piece of shit, and I advise you to also ban him as well, and to remove this guy from your friends list, because somebody who smurfs is not somebody who respects others. Now let's do that here. We go here, player search. We search for the player, and since Jared is such an easy name, I think 5 letters, right? G-A-R-E-D, yeah, 5 letters. You just need to press 5 letters on the keyboard. And now look at this. Look at this. Thousands of Jareds. My gosh, this is the kind of situations. That's why I keep saying each person should only own one account, and there should be identity checks allowing to verify if the owner of this account is the same person as the so-called different accounts. Now you might say, which one of those? Well, due to impossibility to know, I will start banning them kind of all. I can also look at those that are online. If they don't have any games played, it's strange. So I'll start by those that are online. Eventually, we will find the account that played against us, but it's hard. It's not this one, apparently. 0 games, nothing here to detect. But you know, sometimes accounts are just, they're there so that, for example, the player has multiple accounts. They are dormant, they're like in hibernation. And the player, when he wants, he switches to other accounts. So I'm just going to ban all these accounts because for you to call yourself Jared, why not call yourself ABC? So exactly that. This is definitely going to cost me some minutes, but as I keep saying, it's kind of weird to to have to deal with these smurfs. So I'm doing this work, or I consider this work, and signs that these are very Smurf accounts or very low active plays, you just use them whether for TGs only or whether for 1v1s only. That's another sign of Smurf accounts. So eventually for those who are tracking the Smurf accounts, I show you that there are means, there are tools, and if there is will, I call political will, but if there is will, you'll find more than billions of evidences. It's easy. Keep banning them. And this is precisely a good reason why when you see a Smurf in game, you report in game instantly from the moment you think that person is Smurfing. Because you quit the game and poof, you have 50 Jared profiles. So which of these Jared was the one Jared that played with you? You don't know. But still, you can start to ban these profiles because if you see like 100 of these different profiles, that's strange. You're not supposed to have profiles done this easily. And they don't have any games to show. These are dormant accounts. I'm not sure how much money the dude who has these accounts paid, but assuming that for each account you have to pay, he's going to lose money because I'm banning each of those accounts. So he pays to have fun, but now I'm ruining his fun because I'm banning his accounts. Probably will create new ones, but I will still ban them, so you'll keep losing money. I'm not sure it's a win-win scenario for him. You ban. It's like, it seems boring, but I tell you it's not because every single click I do to report a Smurf brings us closer to our objective, which is a much cleaner, fairer, and balanced game. And this outweighs any possible expansion or expansion impact that the game can have, banning the Smurfs. That's the revolution this game needs. The only revolution, by the way. Next, banning. And as you can see, also, as soon as I find a Smurf, of course, I tell in game, but I also post the links in EU2 Insights. There is information out there. You just have to look at it. It's plain obvious. And it's not just the EU2 Insight. It's cross-checking different references, your game experience. Okay, we got them all. I know that we got them all. Well, actually, almost all. This one is missing. Now, yes, we banned them all. So all these Jareds, which were like 0 games or very little games, they cannot no longer play. And the player who probably spent hundreds of money to make these accounts, well, he lost that money basically. And that's how I advise you to do the same. Okay, now it's my small break time, so to speak. Then we return for more Smurf detection or gaming, according to what becomes possible. And my work is conditioned by what I see. I'm a bit like reactive. According to what I see, I will also have an appropriate reaction. You try to provoke me, I will probably just use that normal report, cold, clean, and swiftly. I will just dispatch it. I'll just report. And if I see a normal game or a game that sounds playable, while it is playable and I believe the opponent is not abusive, we'll continue. That's how I work. And we so far have not had these games today. The victory we had today is a guy who quit as soon as I killed a scout in a hideout map, which is not a normal behavior. And that's it. But we're kind of fine. And this is work that has to be done. And I believe we're on the good track. because even if my yellow becomes the smallest yellow of AO2 or very similar, at least I know I'm doing a far more honest jobs than the people who are smurfing on others. And, integrity is what matters in these situations, not what others say is good. It's what's on the conscience here. So now let's put on break time. Then I will return eventually. It'll be like at least a significant break time, but I'll return. And stay tuned. Watch out for the Smurfs, and if you find them, well, report, act, and don't be silent about it. I'll see you. we are back. What happened? No, thank you. Not going to order anything while the Smurf issue remains unaddressed. So, back. It would have been actually a shorter break, but eventually I eat something and etc. Some, well, let's say some in real life things, and got back here finally after a while. So now let's get back to our Smurf detection work. So far, we have detected 3 of them in 3 games, a ratio of 1 Smurf per game, so it's 100% Smurfs today, just like yesterday. And by the way, I advise you, if you want, to check my page where I place videos about Smurfing. It's on YouTube. I'm going to put you the link for that, so that at least you know where to see it if you are interested in the subject. And if you like fairness in games, so just 1 minute, I'll be showing you the content. I have my channel, but this is the video. So here, there you have it. You can check here, this link, and there you can finally see the video where I talk about all the smurfing issues that took place. And it was, as usual, disgusting, but there's evidence, more than enough evidence, for each of those 6 Smurf accounts. And today we have like 3 more until now, so that's already 9. And we keep piling up. I think it's public service, what we're doing, identifying Smurfs, people whose only aim to play this game is to troll around and to stampede other people, not to play against likewise experienced players, because they're so chicken. You know, the 2K player or the 3K player wants to just bully the lower elo players. They don't want to play against the 2K players. Unfortunately, they are coward for that. So now let's go for another Smurf fishing. That's what I call. We're fishing for Smurfs. And I think it's important that we identify, we track the Smurfs, and we bust the Smurf accounts and the Smurf account owners. I believe like the win rate is like 0 or 10% at best, and it's not going to change. Where our purpose is to track every single Smurf account and have the Smurf account owners out. It's not fair. It's not fair that you are able to use Smurf accounts to your advantage, and other players are just getting the effects of that. You know, because it's easy for a Smurf to play against a Smurf, but a non-Smurf player has no chance. Now, this sounds also a Smurf account, and why I say that? Because the name of this guy is a bit strange. But we'll see. I call it the Smurf flare. You know, there are different ways to identify that you're fighting a potential Smurf. The other is score difference. He says good luck. See, we'll see. And I'm very suspicious about the Smurf accounts, so I don't believe in fair games. Now, don't get me wrong, there are different types of Smurfs, some far more abusive and disrespectful than others. Well, kindness does not solve these problems. What solves is hard law, banning Smurf accounts. What else can we do? We do a lumber camp. We play in a completely different manner once we're no longer playing for points because points are completely rigged. We're just playing for play. And of course, smart detection, which is the priority. Now, it's needless to say, those who say, oh, you can get better by playing thousands of games. Sure, and if I have friends on the ladder that push me up, like queuing on 1v1s against me, of course, I can also get better like that. If you don't have smurfs that queue against you, sure. The good thing is I don't get housed. The bad one is I'm too open. Some micro gaming here. I know a few tricks, you know, but those tricks don't save me. Because for every trick I have, the Smurf has like 25. And try to push the deer, but remember, if this is real-time strategy and the guy has everything perfected, I will always be late and behind. Always. And that's the kind of thing I don't like, you know, in the game. This should not be a race speed game. It's a car race. It should allow players who are slower to also fight. This should not be Counter-Strike thing, you know, where if you don't hit on the right minute, on the right second, you have no chance of winning the game. Switching these to that. We can go for that. Another for this. And you know, the players who have everything too perfected at low reloads, they're just... For smurfing, you have to be arrogant, which is a defect. It's not good. Now he sees that I'm pushing deer. This... We're not fully walled yet. So, that. And what else? Mining camps. And forget about that deer. It's not very practical for the moment to get it. We try to wall with those things. He's scouting me. I saw him here. See? Hey, he saw me. He's exploring me, but I'll see if I can deny him. RKX. All walled. The scout cannot go out. Let's a hit. And second lumber camp. We will lose a scout, even if I lose a lot of HPs. He almost killed me. He almost killed me. For Hans, the options are many, but I think I should go up kind of fast. So I'll do a fast castle. Oh, got those. Good. Let's explore. We keep a spear out. Ah, forgot to kill Vils. I kind of contradict myself, you know, go fast castle, but then I go back and decide to do something else, which is fine. Stone gates. It's just a means to reinforce my walls. Farms. I have no clue what is he doing, but he's doing something. $600 foods. Exceptionally, these will go for that. Of these, and I guess stable. Okay, I saw him. And he's kind of open. Blacksmith too. Okay, he wants to go stable. If he's going stables, we are going this and that. The blacksmith. We have blacksmith already. Well, I didn't see any archery range, so he's probably just going knights. And I'm just preparing spears. Just in case, I'm going to do some extra walls. Not sure if this is covered, but I'm going to do my own thing. I'll use the scout to explore him. Got him. Got him again. Pikes. And we'll do another TC here. Getting knights out. And the horse switchers. Oh, already a TC here. Idle time. This is good. If the guy is going for TCs, perhaps mangonels. That's a vulnerability. Let's get this. Cavalry archer. Problem is my food supplies are low as a result of the wheelbarrow. Horse archers. This. I'll add outposts. And I will also add this. Let's explore the rest. Oh, a castle already. Very aggressive. This player is very aggressive. Because he has already TCs and everything. Let's add another one here. I got. This is the kind of things I don't want to see. The siege. No, not siege, because he has already a castle. I don't think it sounds reasonable. Kill. Kill it. Okay. A second castle? My god, this is a smurf. Smurf account, man. Smurf. Smurf. 2 castles. That's not normal. Ah, Smurf accounts. Let's report this guy. You have 2 castles already, and you know what you're doing, so Smurf account. It's not nice, and I bust you. You don't have to account to report it for smurfing. Yes. There is no other way to turn this. Smurf account. I'm going to fight you. You have no respect for me because you're using your Smurf account to derank me. You know that I cannot play against someone who pretends to be a 100 elo player if you're a 2k elo player. You know perfectly that. You do that attempting to piss me off, attempting to insult me, and I will obviously report that. You don't do 2 castles just because you felt like doing 2 castles. This player is too confident, and if you're too confident for the silo, that means you're smart. And how many games have I won today as a result of this? 0. Only one because of a Smurf early quitting and not giving the fight. Can we go up, by the way? After something, perhaps. Getting all the relics, like, that's another sign of a Smurf player at this elo. He doesn't care. If he's too comfortable to get the relics, it's because he's a Smurf. Look at the score difference, man. You're a real elo Smurf? No point hiding. So, like, I busted you. Busted. This is not acceptable. A Smurf player who has all the upgrades. He wants to play fast and furious, not giving me the time to react or to understand what's going on. What a coward. Ah. Wait. Back, back, back. Close this. What a coward. Playing against a smurf scoundrel doesn't feel good, but it feels good to report a bastard who is abusing the old system so he can profit at your demise. You will not be able to profit because I already reported him for smurfing. Everything is just a fool's game for him. Doesn't care about what he does, it's just smurfing, clowning your opponent, and killing him as fast as possible. Okay, I know what he's doing. This. Ah, this smurf is disgusting. He's not giving me any chance. What I do, it's because I already have extensive experience, and any of you guys who start to play would never be able to do that. You just would never be able to do that. Trev War. Who's treving faster than anyone else? It's all about who trevs faster. And of course you have ballistics, because you're a smurf. I tried to react, but the timing I have is too small. No time to react, like a smurf coward he is. He will not give me any time to even understand what's going on. He just raids me like a clown, because he's a clown. So everything is a fool's play for this piece of shit. Why don't they? The town bells don't work properly. Oh my god. He's just attempting to outsmurf, outsmurf, outsmurf. Smurf, a smurf clown. That's what this guy is. Rigged. I'm playing against a 3k clown in disguise. This is not possible. Let's leave. Cowards. Not using your main account. Not a man. Reported clowning. So, this is a piece of shit. Toddler excuse. And of course, he was a smurf, so this was a massive clown. Mega smurf clown detected. It was number 4. I will lose all my games, guys. And I know many of you want me to lose games because you are zero as human beings. You you pay so that I lose games, and when it's your friends playing, you want to make sure your friends go up, but you want me to go down because you detest what I stand for. But what I stand for is worth more than any of your friends, so to speak. It's bullying. It's bullying. Don't give me wrong because uh, I cannot win against a 3k clown. The 3k clown knows that, but precisely he smurfs on the ladder to stomp me. He finds it funny. I don't think it's a funny thing, and I don't think a serious person, perhaps a 5-year-old kid that is stupid, might find it, but an adult or responsible person does not. So let's find the name of the smurf. SJTO. Sounds like a Spanish clown. That's what I call smurf name. It's disgusting. It's disgusting that the game is polluted by smurfs, and I will not buy any expansion or anything related to this game while they don't attack the smurf issue. Because money is the only thing you speak, right? So if money is your language, money, then with no money, you don't get anything. Perhaps you understand that no money will come if you keep putting Smurfs in the game. Get it? No money, Smurfs equal no money. You understand that part, or you need to rephrase and review that? Let's look at the player in the O2 Insights. I already have it. It's a Spanish Smurf, correct? It's a Spanish Smurf. I knew it. You come with 3 castles in Arabia or 4 castles and an army that is just built on steamroll, steamroll, steamroll. For me, you're a Smurf 100%. You're a 100% Smurf. You're a clown. You're a piece of shit. You're not using your main account because guess what? How can a 3k player matchmake against a much lower player? You can't. So he's exploiting, he's abusing the elo system. This is a kind of behavior that should not be tolerated in any game. In any game. So, Smurf Clown, Spain Smurf account. 4th game, 4 Smurfs. 20,000 games, 20,000 losses. Or perhaps 19,998, just because not everything is lost, okay? But mostly everything is lost. So then when you question my ELO, why don't you question the Smurfs and the fact that Smurf accounts are allowed to trash the lower ELOs, and the fact that the lower ELO plays today are the hardest plays in AO2, and that the upper ELOs are not playing on their main accounts to trash the lower ELOs. And then you have the intermediate ELOs that It's always too peaceful. It's always the similar same things. Yeah. Guys, you like to rig games? I expose you for rigging the game. It's not funny. It's stupid at this point for you to insist the game is not rigged. It is then rigged. And what do you do for rigged gaming? You fight it. You expose it. That's what I do. Because this game did not used to be like this. It became because you allowed it to become. This is a player. He's a Smurf account, and he almost looks like birds. You know, in Spain it's pajarito or something like that. It is. So he changes the letters to appear it's something different. And this account, you'll see May the 3rd. Very recent account. He doesn't plays 1v1s, but very occasionally it becomes active, like today. I mean, this is unacceptable. A player to have an account that is dormant, that he activates it specifically for smurfing. This is a sign of another, this is a definitive sign of smurf. The account is dormant too much time, little time is activated, and guess what? When it is activated, it is against the players usually play this game the most. I understand he plays a lot of team games. No, he doesn't. It's actually a recent profile, but he's winning his 1v1s. And look at the time he won. Less than 30 minutes. This is a smurf. It's not possible. And he would have destroyed me on 20 minutes mark had I not to the walls. It's just a difference. Nothing else. Well, this guy is a cheater. He is reported for cheating. So again, I will look at him here in the VO2 engine. Because, you know, if you need to trash my games, you and your little pals, you are queuing up so that my elo becomes 0. I know because all the games since yesterday and today, it's all losses. And even if I win one, it doesn't erase the fact that 99% of the games were massively smurfed. Not just a bit, massively smurfed. So I know you want to like belittle me, humiliate me, but the people who believe in fairness and in honesty will side by me and not by the upper elo players who are using their troll accounts and their smurf accounts to humiliate, to bully, and to deny the new players the possibility to rise and climb to their legitimate elos. But guess what? There's clowns for everything. So the clowns who don't want to see that the game is smurfed, well, you look like clowns. So we openly state here, Age of Empires 2 is a game where smurfing is not still banned yet. It's currently a game of clowns because you allowed. It was not. It is because you allowed it. Understand that the circus is not in town because it developed, but because you allowed it. So the game is being ruined by the Smurfs and the devs and the executive directions who refuse to attack the Smurf issue, who continue to blame the players who are against Smurfing, and who continue to dismiss the issue as if the problem was not with them, and it is. Tell me how many new players have stopped playing the game as a result of Smurfing. Tell me how many players have complained about Smurfing in other games, be it Riot, Valorant, be it Dota 2. Do we need to mention that in Dota 2, 90,000 Smurf accounts were banned? Not one, 90,000. So imagine the Smurf accounts in Age of Smurfs. I'm not finding the name right now. I misplaced the letter. Okay. And I ban him for being a Smurf account. So cheating Smurf account, rigging the ELO matchmaking system. I don't care if you take the report seriously. I do the reports because this is what's happening. I don't like the clowns, and I think you shouldn't like the clowns because they are preventing the game to be a space where there is integrity, where people can interact and have fun. And these Smurfs, they're just narcissistic, they're selfish, they're coward because they don't want to play the game to give you a chance. Their main purpose is to humiliate and belittle players who have not played the game since 10 plus years every day. It's a statement of facts. It's not an opinion. So this said, we already have 4 Smurf clowns detected in 4 games, and I believe that this streak will continue. So you will expect another Smurf video on the YouTube channel, and this will go on and on and on and on and on, precisely because one, it's true, and two, because I don't like these things to happen in the backstage. It's dirty. It just ruins the game. And I think any player who doesn't speak about this smurfing issue is just conniving. Some maybe just because they are aware that they might be playing with Smurfs and they don't want to. But if you lack balls, just throw yourself once or just kick yourself out of some building because I'm not here to tell you that if you're a coward, you're less than a person. You'll never recover from that. Once a coward, always one. So let's go another for the Smurf detector. We have time for at least 2. And since the Smurfs are trashing my game specifically, I'm specifically being targeted by Smurfs. Smurfs which are not targeting their friends, on the contrary, they're helping them, they're leveraging and they're boosting them. So you pretend that they're having easy games, they're having hard games when they're not having hard games. The games are rigged for their friends to go up. And in my case, the games are the maximum rigged to make it the maximum impossible. And I keep saying, well, whatever money you're pouring to Smurf or against me, I will just use those videos to expose the Smurfs, each Smurf account I find. And I don't care if you're number 1, number 2, number 3, or 2 player, I think you should be disqualified. Because no, you cannot have a sport that is based on lack of integrity. No. Because that's just a criminal, like an ordinary criminal. You try to circumvent the laws. It's like everybody is paying taxes, and you're finding ways to not pay taxes and laugh at the expense of those who are forced to pay taxes. That will not go well. So I tell you, beware of those arrogant behaviors, of thinking that you can be superior and you have no accountability for your actions. You are accountable for your actions. And I'm here to bust and detect every single Smurf scumbag who is using the Smurfing as a means to bully, belittle, and deny players their true legitimate elo uh, just because they don't respect the players and the game itself. And you might say, oh yeah, everybody wants to have fun. No, everybody does not want to have fun. From the moment uh, you allow certain players to obtain advantage at the expense of everyone else, and you allow these players to troll, bash, and belittle the games of non-Smurfs, you already are on the losing side. You're on the losing side. The videos are there. I already posted a video of yesterday of the Smurfs. It's happening, it's taking place. And all those 6 Smurf accounts and their owners should be respectively banned. Because they're not contributing for an inclusive community. They're not contributing for a fair matchmaking system. On the contrary, they're manipulating, they're rigging it, and they're using the games as a means to cyberbullying, which is bullying basically. So let's find out. May, well, that sounds like Smurf account by name. You know, it's very easy that you detect these Smurf clowns. You know, they're professional streamers. Usually they're professional gamers a long time ago. They don't stream where I'm playing, or they avoid doing it when I'm playing, because that's why they go offline. They go offline to Smurf on others, to trash other people's games. And you also know that they have Smurf accounts because they don't openly talk about the Smurf issue, or they say it's a minimal issue, it's not relevant. You know, it's like, okay, they dismiss the issue. You can only dismiss the issue if you are connivant with what's taking place. You know perfectly well the damages that smurfing does to the game fairness. So if you keep ignoring it, it means that you are definitely part of the problem. But every time I queue, I face more than absolutely impossible games, because just facing impossible games is not enough. I need to face the most impossible games. But you know, for someone who's been here for some time already, you know that the only thing that counts is the integrity of the player, and not some forged, manipulated, rigged score or artificially deflated score that does not correspond to the player's abilities. No, I might not be the fastest clicker in the world, but at least I'm given of reason and of truth, and I know that if something smells fishy, I will not say it smells good. Just that. So understand that we have differences. My civilization is irrelevant because assuming that opponent is a Smurf, and I already say is a Smurf by name and by the kind of score difference he's already getting, I will ask him, Smurf account, a classic question. If he doesn't answer, clear Smurf. He just has to press enter and 2. Okay. He says no. That doesn't mean he is not. They can all lie. The lie detector, if you place it on someone who smurfs, it's probably disgusting. It's like the spouse who is unfaithful. He will continue lie, lie, lie because he's been used to lie, even before he or she was a spouse. Lie, lie, lie. Everything is a lie. And then everything lies. I call them the compulsive liars. Because they have normalized the attitude of lying, they think that lying is okay, and they get cranky when they see it's not. Man, there's some crazy shit out there, and the Smurf is just one part of the problem of what we're facing today. It's, you might say, yeah, a meaningless little problem, but it's one of the many problems. See the score difference. This guy is just going huge in terms of score difference. I think you're Smurf. I really think you're Smurfing. That's my suspicious. You might say, no, I'm not a Smurf, but I already say, I think you're a Smurf. Just many games. You know, but me saying that I think you're a Smurf does not mean he's a Smurf. It's like I will try to track them by every means. People who cheat, who are okay with cheating and abusing and exploiting others, and who think it's funny to do that. They probably were taught in school that, oh, you can get away with being a little scumbag, male or female scumbag, it's okay. They were probably taught that by their parents in their house, I don't know. Zero morals. And guess what? Their parents aren't even watching, so if they're not even watching, who cares, right? It's just a video game. It's just a game. Their parents are too stupid to realize what they do on the internet. It's always arrogance. I also understand that if even we get a fair game, if we already got ourselves 4 out of 5 unfair games, it doesn't matter. The fair games disappear the moment you allow one single of those games to rot it. He's scouting me, but I also found him. No. He's on wood.
Immédiatement.
I think he's a Smurf account. His build order is just too perfect. So I'm going to report him for smurfing because he already goes for my scout and Smurf account. Sign of very early aggression. ELO manipulation. Too early aggression. Smurf accounts. Busted. This is a sign that I know he's a Smurf account. You do something that only upper above 1k guys do, that's guaranteed Smurf account. He doesn't even respond. Nothing to see. Already done. Reported. I already know he's a Smurf. If you come a very early aggression, that's because you're a Smurf. You might say, but you could go up and I'm not talking of a 3k player doing all the micro of a 3k player. I'm simulating what a normal player in these elos that is not lying about his elo would be doing. And it's impossible for such players to play. In good faith, it's not possible. You know it's not possible. And I don't like it. I don't like it, that's why I stand against smurfing. Any player who is starting from the scratch and is not a smurf liar piece of shit, like many of you are, will try to wall himself. Because I don't have time to micro-react 10 million things at the same time. It's not possible. I don't care if you're player number 1 or player number 2. If you come with that shit in these games, you're a clown. Clown smurf. You're a clown smurf. Just one more account. I bust. Just one more account I bust. You know, at this time, they really become uncreative, boring, stupid, pathetic. And when you're dealing with pathetic people, you have to treat them below pathetic. They're not even human beings at this point, as you wish. They don't care. A world queen of Smurfs. What a good difference that would be for the game. But no, there are people who want to kill the good things in this game, so you want to not stop smurfing. I guess you are the problem. I keep saying there is corruption in the game.
Bonjour.
I bet he knows everything about wood efficiency. Score difference mathematically is already that of a smurf. I don't say it in a light tear, I say it because I know. 400, 500 points of difference, that's already something strange. Okay, that's a hole. Castle age already. And if you go fast castle like this, that's because you're smart. Castle time too fast. Smurf. Proof again. Too fast. No, don't come with me with... Like, I go up now, 100 food in normal conditions. I don't do any shitty tricks, because I'm not a shitty player. And you're inspecting for holes. So now it's close. He even is capable of taking his scout out, because he's so smart. It's a way to use a scout. Some echo upgrades I can use to my advantage. Not a lot though. If he already has a conquista, I don't know how many conquistadors or just one unit type, we instantly leave the game and we report the smurf again in the chat. These clowns are the real reason why you cannot play these games normally. You know, in the beginning, it was hard for me to understand how is it possible. I mean, I'm not that bad in this game, and I knew. Then there are so many Smurf accounts, thousands of Smurf accounts, lying about their elos, lying everything, their lies. And you already have another TC. 2 TCs already. Castle drop, I will have to leave. You can't have good games when you have someone so aggressive, so quickly, fast and furious, you. This is not what you should see below 1k. No. And I will complain against that. Like this. Now you might wonder, how is it possible that all the games I play are impossible? Because they're rigged. Because they're rigged. Why do you see so many streamers offline when I'm streaming? Because they don't want me to win the games. I bet they're pulling strings behind and saying, make sure this guy doesn't win the game. Scumbags. Each one knows whose side he is, and I'm not on the side of wrongdoers. It's just me against the amigos and their pals who are constantly just trying to throw your games and not give you any chance to play, so that they pretend that they're better than you when they're just cowards using their Smurf accounts. He has like 3 TCs at this point. Again, they have a spreadsheet build order, and I'm trying to do potato build order. Look at the score difference. What is your main account? Not this fake yellow. That's the interrogation. You will not respond? Yeah. You might say what you want. Score difference is listen. You have 1k score lead. Not in your fantasy, clown. Smart accounts. Next. He's muted. That's how you deal with people who are scumbags. You don't give them the microphone, you take them away the microphone and you let them know they're not worth talking. You let them know they're part of the problem. Sure, you will likely be infuriated and try to play more. It's irrelevant. What I really cared about was to expose that he was a smurf. Again, how did he know that my knights were there? He knew my knights were there because either he was stream sniping me, or because he had some information about where my knights were. He's walled. Max walled. Forgot about university. I think he will have time to all this. Conks. That's a cheat sieve.
Vos obras e vos tubos.
The monastery. Uh, he will steamroll me. This is an arena classic siege of somebody with smurfing. Too well protected, too cozy. He knows exactly what he's doing. I assure you that 6 months ago, nothing of this happened. The
Buongiorno.
games are just completely clowned. And perhaps that's one of the reasons why many people have stopped streaming. But you could say also that there are lots of smurfs and do like me and report the smurfs. It's a tedious job,
Vos
I understand,
obras?
but it's more honest than pretending they are not smurfs.
Sì.
And I need a lot of wood to fight the conks. And he has a massive conks. That's another problem. Why do castle units need to spam faster than regular units? So it's just like an individual can do a castle and spam, spam, spam in a castle, and that's it, irrespective of what you do. That should not be the case. Castle units should not have. Oh, this is a clown. Let's leave. This is a clown. Only 1v1s, so this is somebody to ban and to report. I don't care about my zero elo because you guys are just trolling me. I know you're trolling me. You deliberately want to bully me, and I will report every single attempt of Smurf accounts. And this is a Smurf account because he has no team games. 14 games is no team games at all. About 1200 1v1s. And I dare you, anyone, to say this is not a Smurf account. Dare you. Of course, it is a Smurf account. So we're going to add that. He probably thinks that I'm watching him. I forgot about that part. See, it's not possible to play this game. And those who retired with high elos, I don't know what kind of tricks or possibilities you had because I can only trick my way to zero elo. And if this continues, I obviously will be the lowest AO2 player. But for a reason, because I'm against Smurf accounts. I'm more honest than any other player there in AO2 who refuses to talk about the smurfing issue. I'm not a coward who hides behind a camera. I'm not a coward. The cowards, the cowards are those. The camera is actually a bit like side away. That's why. Are those who hide, those who use 20,000 Smurf accounts to troll on others. They should be permanently banned from playing this or any other video game. You're just criminals on the internet, criminal keyboards. You're just criminals. You're you want to bully others. You just want to troll your way around. And excuse me, that's in real life that warrants you a punch in the face, at least, at least. So, Mega Smurf Clown number 4, number 5 actually. So this is the 5th one. Smurf Scumbag, May. That's how we find them. And now we go to our profile because if there are 10,000 Mays, which probably there are, we're going to find uh, the right account to ban. So for that, we need to find our account. And I tell you, you will not find a player as smurfed as me. These smurfs are actually queuing like a rapist who queues to rape the victim, of course, in a figurative sense. They queue because they need to bully and specific targets. You know, they can go on any elo, but once I'm there, they want to bully. That's why, you know, I've lost respect for the streamers who, especially the high elo streamers who do nothing about this. You do nothing about this because you're part of the problem. That's it. So morally, I'm superior to those who refuse to address the issue. I don't care how many prizes you get, you earn zero, zero in credibility because you don't defend every player's interests. You think that your interests are more important, just like a trillionaire thinks that his life is more important than everybody else's, or that the concerns of everybody else. Piece of shit, narcissists, they're degenerates. They're good for nothing. They're good for nothing. Now, see how my elo was forcefully tanked. See how my elo was forcefully tanked in the couple last days. And don't tell me that I early quitted. No, it's just this is what happened like 6 months ago. Like it was hard. Sometimes I go up, I go down, but here it's a massive tanking. I will show you. It's again a proof that something is definitely not right in the game. This is like market manipulation. Sorry, I got interrupted, and this is not what I want. And excuse me because it's disrespectful. And I think that it's just another obstacle in what I do. So before I was being interrupted forcefully, forcefully interrupted, uh, where was I? Okay, I hate these interruptions. So this apparently, yeah, it definitely came in the right time. This sort of little interruption. My life is a conundrum of little problems on top of others. But here, so I was saying this is something not normal. I started playing like 2 or 3 days ago, and everything is just tanking down, tanking down, tanking down. I don't know how much money was paid for Smurfs to deliberately snipe me because there was this time, I played normally and that there was good, there was bad times, etc. But this is just nothing. This is not normal. I was not inactive during this time. I was playing the team games, as you can see. But here, this kind of tanking is just not normal. So it's the kind of extreme smurfing that was allowed to take place in between. The thousands of Smurf accounts of 3K players who started to troll the lower players. So it gives the fake idea that your elo is actually down when it was not. This was when things were normal. This is when Smurfs are allowed to massively. They were Smurfs before, but now it's massive. And now let's see the last one. This is definitely a cancerous issue in U2. See the times I get. They just finish you fast. It's like rape. They finish you fast. You don't have time to fight. You don't have time to react. You don't have time to understand what's going on and how to react. You just have time to say, I'm being smurfed. And this is a troll account, as you can see. It's a Russian piece of shit. Okay, this Russian piece of shit, uh, like, long live Ukraine, because you're a piece of shit. A country that is committing crimes against mankind in Ukraine. And yes, I do held the Russians responsible for what the shit they're doing in the world and the corruption they're doing on the Western world. Because it was you who financed Brexit, right? And other things, and the right-wing parties. There's money from this country that comes. There's money that pours from this corrupt country. So again, I don't care about the hackers and the room hackers that this country has. I know that there are countries who have like specific rooms of hackers, like giant classrooms, and they're filled with scumbags, the scum of the earth, whose point, like internet computer hackers, whose point is to keep playing games the whole day, but to trash others and to deliberately sabotage others. It's like a hacking brigade. So this is a Russian Smurf account. It's disgusting. And obviously, considering the awards he has, it's not a regular player. It's a Smurf and a massive Smurf. Micro Machine, the accountant. How many have this award? 1.7%. So this guy, this Russian hacker, is amongst the 1.7% of currently high ranked players. So it's in this percentage bracket that you'll find the Smurf owner of the account. That's it. So I told that this player was a Smurf. He keeps saying excuses. He keeps pretending he's not a Smurf. He showcases awards that only extreme micro nerds have. He comes from a country that is just, yeah, scumbag committing crimes against men, just killing every people in Ukraine. It's just disgusting. So probably one of the troll accounts of this country. So out. Let's ban him, and probably we have hundreds of May. If that is the case, we're going to spend the remaining of our time now in banning these May accounts. And I advise you guys to take seriously these Smurf threats because it's like you got robbers. They come into your house, they rob you, and they make you look like you're the one who's bad. They're robbing you. They in the case, of course, they're robbing me because I'm playing against them, but they would rob anyone of their elo, right? They're just robbing. But the difference is that it has zero psychological effect on me because I already know that they're scumbags, they're scum of the earth, and their only point is to matchmake, to downgrade to zero in order to humiliate or to make the players feel bad. But of course, I don't react because I know that they're just shitty scumbags. And guess what? How many Mays do we have now? Can you count them? Probably more than 100, if you see here, right? More than 100 of them. So which May of these it was? It's probably some of those, but I think it was the caps lock one. I'll ban this one because I think it's this one. So 14 games, and I will play this one for Smurf account troll. 14 games, right? Was it 14 games he had? Let's check out. I think it was. Oh no, it was not this one, but someone who has just 14 games still is just a Smurf. This one has how many games? 1306. The problem is, I would like to find the gamer using this, and there are thousands of me. So why can I not find the gamer here by his identity? I'll try to look at him here. The player search, that's also a way. It should be refined to accept the player, this ID, the ID of the player, and not some shitty thing. Because thousands of players can have the same name and you don't know which one to ban. Though, of course, if you have a name like May, you probably are smurfing. You are smurfing. We'll have to ban all of them in that case. It's annoying, but it has to be done. We just know that the player who smurfed, the scumbag who smurfed, was someone who had only 1v1s. It's ridiculous the amount of Smurf accounts that is allowed to proliferate in every single elo, with specific incidents in the lower elos to trash, bully, and belittle or humiliate the players who have lesser elo. because you want to tank their yellow down, so it's like a targeted attack on a specific player. It's like the resets when 8 decide to bully against 1 by 1, so that it's not that obvious, but that's what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing. They're bullying the lower elo players, the ones who don't have voice in the system, because it's corrupt. And I come with harsh words because it's the harshness you force to players like us. The very players you don't want to listen, the very players you want to take the voice out, and the very players whose voice you want to corrupt. But we're here to contest that. Because I've heard something that when victims fight back, it's called violence. Oh, don't tell me. We're fighting back, of course. You wanted me to uninstall the game and quit the game? Well, it didn't work. Didn't work. I'm here doing the job of finding Smurf accounts, banning Smurf accounts, or potential Smurf accounts, that is, inactive accounts. These accounts should be banned, you know. They're inactive. Account that there are inactives that have no games played, they should be banned. And you should be able to trace the owner of these accounts and ban them. Because what kind of person would have 40 accounts? 50,000 accounts. Sounds like psychotic. It is. It's crazy the amount of Smurf accounts that you see in this game. Crazy. And that's why I'm exposing this, so that you understand the aberration that is this current game. The aberration that became the current game, it was not like this. And I know some of you want the game to be trashed, because you don't want the game to have good chances and opportunities for newcomers. I noticed also one thing is that, like, until last week, when I was like, before I started streaming, there were still like AO2 streams, and suddenly I start to stream and boom, it goes all quiet. Like, you go all quiet too suddenly. No need to hide that. But guess what? I'm still here. I'm still here. Really, so many of these accounts, it's unthinkable. And to say that like 3 or 4 years ago, I had like so much work in trying to do a handle that is identifiable, that has, you know, at least some distinction. No, you cannot, because there are thousands of clown accounts. It's not like, well, I banned them all, but I think I skipped a few. This is a very tedious process, but not that it stopped me from being smurfed. Of course, I have to do this. I ban already a lot, so let's assume we banned sufficiently. We also reported the piece of shit in game, and we're done. This is for now. This is for now, and we will return with more Smurf detection for each game, each Smurf. And there's a lot of work to be done here by finding, identifying, tracking, and banning the Smurf accounts, because they're corrupt. They're corrupt. And I'll see you later. And for now.